Morning. Let's see if the sound's working. It says it's working, so we'll assume it's working. Such is life. Don't remember what I was doing. Let's see, have a look. No points. Let's check it on the phone. Seems to be working. Seems to be working. That's what I want. I guess we'll stick with these two. Why not? Nope. So they're away. We're being promoted. How much money have I got? 24. Let's check this first. Got two of them, I got 2 keys, so I don't need that. Didn't I just do all this? Can't remember what I was doing. They're away. What was I doing? I wanted to save my tracker. It's been more than a few cycles since Feng confronted Harden, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Feng, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Havenage building that it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you are getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in Havenage security fatigue steps out of the bay. As you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Approach. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Feng's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again. Harden is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Feng's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Harden? Harden pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware, spying on fellow Havenage members hoarding Solheim materials, an obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. And what would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-interest. Feng isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he is trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Adria, Erlen, and the First Union founded this place, and Havenage has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Havenage aren't a gang like Yataghan. We aren't pirates like half the spaces you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those hyper radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlen's Eye Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. Harden, you shithead. History will catch up with you. Stay silent. If you have any pride, you'll give up Feng the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Harden turns his back and walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks, a crumpled hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly coloured card was scrawled onto it, a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." Take it. Carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Feng? And where the hell is Tambor? Where's he gone then? This guy needs some food. fungus. Energy. What's that? Babysit. A ticket out. Well, let's get that going, I suppose. One, two, three, four, five. Gonna steal. Don't have that. Let's go up. So I need 100 to do that. This takes energy. Well, since we're on our way to that, let's just get that done. There you go. I could rent a capsule, get out of my container. That's a meal, let's go back down. Let's go across. Work the stacks. Skill upgrade. What the hell do I do with the spores then if I need that? Predictive reasoning. So I need this one. So what I need. Seems to be something else yet. Also predictive reasoning. What the hell are the keys for? Don't have that. There's nothing else here. Let's go back. Give up that. Do they pay more than just working? Let's just work. Oh, I can only do that once. So what else do we want then? This douchebag. Some more. Let's join the yet again. Instead of selling him out. Let's join these dudes. Scrap components. Thank you. Oh, I got a minus on that one. Let's go back to sleep. Don't have anything to repair myself with. So we're just gonna need a shitload of money. I just need money. Just want money. Money away. Going for money. Not gambling. Great operator. Money. We're going for money all the way. was that? Nothing there. I've got spores. Whatever good they do me. Let's go up then. Still out. Both of them. I need money. Sell that at least. Key data. Average. Key node. Yet again. Nope. I guess we'll help this dude out some more then. No. Let's join the yet again. Do this one then instead. Risky. Scrap. Whatever. $55. Need more money. One more. Let's just go for money again. This is gambling or selling components. Just working. Just doing some work. if I do this I can get to the spores. That's what I need. What was that? Probably doing too many different things at once by the looks of it. Not gonna have much the next day. Two dice down. Oh, only one. Let's go pay this jerk. The compressor is quiet today, the usual crowd are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spaces and a few drunks. Ethan is still at the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Approach him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns sleepy. He turns to look at you. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here, take their chits. Stay silent. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems to cut him off. Hey, he slams his hand on the bar. Come take the chits. The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh. Rubbing his eyes with his palms, he reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back, if you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Hand him the gun. You slap the handle of the gun back in Ethan's hand. Thank you, he hisses. Now where was I? He lazily swings the gun past you on the bartender. Yes, leaving. He stands. And sleeper, while this has been fun, I think I've run every last drop out of this place. Time to go home. He waggles the gun towards the door. Let's go see S&R. I'm staying. Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eyes. Well, he said, the bounty pays half, but he levels the gun up to you and he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks, but now all the attention is in the bar is on you and Ethan. He looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at him. Oh well, he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blow you see Ethan wrestling a small thin slate from his belt and holding it up. Enough of this, I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. Crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. S&R just screwed me, he grins maniacally. They cancelled the contract. He stands up. They cancelled the contract, he shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversations returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market looking for Ethan around every corner. I get to keep my monies. I get to keep my monies. I think I should get the money and get my home. But I need to eat as well. I need to invest. I want to invest. These guys are back. Let's check these out. Come on, come on. Yeah. Let's go invest. Let's do it. Maybe it'll give me more money. Achievo. Need money still. Alright. Let's go eat, I suppose. Over here and work. Is it safe? Work the stacks. Wow, that's so little. Let's join these dudes. Work the grow beds. They're there next time. I need scrap to heal myself. Let's see what these guys got. Well, that doesn't help me at all. What? Scrap. Well, that's garbage. Did I get scrap at least? Didn't get anything. What a rip. Two more of them. 60 for a home. $80 for a heal. What was this scrap? You can buy a scrap. 60. Jesus. So sort out again. Alright. What do I get? Just money. Getting desperate. Starving and 2 dice down. It's not looking good. So I need 80. I need 95. Let's see if I can get 95 together. Need 13 more. Or I could heal and then starve, which will only take me down 2. What's that? So I should be doing that. Maybe then I'll get the... I need to do the green way. Idiot. So I can get 8, then I'll be alright. Yes. Okay. Let's go get some heals. I'll at least get full dice next time round. Cool. Let's go. here, right? Yeah. Nice. Moritz. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz, he paused. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You are not an easy person to find. I don't really have an address. Moritz holds up his hand. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. You both stand there for a moment and wait, each waiting for the other to speak. So? Yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. Okay, soon. Soon, he repeats it back to himself. Look, Bliss said, I've got to get you right now. So, you know, he shrugs. Now is better than soon. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure of the message if the message is delivered. I've got it. Cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know. He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at the filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay then. Alright. What's going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy's coming for me. Still. This has an idea, a full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant, dangerous. Let's go with the danger. It's got a +1 over there. 2, 3, so 4 times. I'm gonna have to do that. Then I'll get money, I guess. Let's go green. Walk the green ray. Can I get some mushrooms now? Stop the rot. This place could be turned out to be a garden of sorts. Let's have a look. What do I get? Just another job to work towards. God damn it. I got a point yet. Let's go get some money and eat, at the very least. Joining the Yatagans, right? unbelievable amount of jobs. What's this again? Raid operator. Finding the other guys as well. These dudes, right? Let's work the canteen a bit. It's the same thing, so there's no point doing it that way. Just do it that way. Money! Already lost one. So I've got to finish this job first before it runs out to make money. Not gonna make it because this didn't work. Damn it. Garbage. Am I gonna join these dudes? Next time we'll be able to join them. Let's clean this crap up as well. We can grow mushrooms maybe. Where's this dude? He's coming next time. 2 more times. Let's do the space hauler. Maybe we can eat and get a home next time. Moritz is outside when you leave. They're gone. Amber's wake shipped out. I'm sorry, there wasn't enough time. Never enough time to sleep, but that's why we get these shitty contracts. He sighs, we can try again. First time isn't always lucky. He glances down the corridor. Sorry for getting sharp, just pissed off about something. I'm pissed off too. Good, he grins. We need that energy if we don't want to lose the bay. Frowns. Bliss is going to look up another contract when she's ready. Good. Well, you best be ready. Go practice your worlds or something. He looks around. Alright, well, come by when there's more work. Stay loose. You watch him go, frustrated at Ember's wake contract. Next one will be better, you know it. Really? What a rip. What a goddamn rip. Waste. Let's rent a place. Up here and not over here. Is that right? Yep. What a crock. Join these guys. I can sleep there. We head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labelled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you that asked to see you, but you still have no idea what it's about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roof chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber into a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says and beckons you closer. Who are you? Of course, my apologies, she offers her hand and shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program. Haifa. What's Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar, yellow spores dancing inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They dry up. Exactly, they run out of water very rapidly, and in fact, she leads you left at the crossroads. But here they endure, she smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrive. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frame of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Rico continues, of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erland himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favours and influences, shipments from the inner system and small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system is stabilized, unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output. This place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us, or perhaps the collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist? Astutely noticed, but I don't need a botanist. Rico sits on the railing. These halls run deep, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings. I know that much, and you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in a way I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me the samples, spores, seeds and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. And if I don't want them, I will try. Thank you, she smiles, and thanks you for listening. I want to try because I want to get rid of my spores. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up the passages. She is a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at the bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, sleepy, she calls. There are discoveries to be made, and you follow the blue line back out of the compound, all the time thinking of the impossible magical green. Yeah, let's get rid of our spores. Rico's asked for samples. Here's one. Start. Here's another one. This is my home now. Almost end cycle then. Upgrade available, finally. Where is it? Predictive reasoning, please. Let's see what it is. Yes. Finally. You give Give this dude his spores. Oh, he needs 3. I need to eat. And to eat, I need money. And for money, I need to work. Ah, scrap. Nice. Let's go eat first. Do I have multiple homes then? So I just paid for a goddamn, I do. Let's go to my expensive home, which I didn't need. How much time did I have? Or this doesn't run out. Doesn't run out. So let's do yet again first. Oh, I should have went the other way. Damn it. Idiot. Spread too thin, I think. You jerk. This last one. This, right? What was this about? 2 spores. So I could probably get away with not doing that now then. Let's do the spores. Let's do spores and do fungus. Spores. Sleeper, Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where did you get these? What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Tricoloma Matsutake. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim, somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition. All gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified Matsutake spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely. But I think you'll understand this. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same. That's the conclusion. Yes, Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have and still are affecting them. Do they still grow? Exactly, she smiles. What I wondered. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but the plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of fruiting Matsutake, like rotting soda overalls laced with the edge of spice. The Matsutake here are grown from Solheim stocks pulled from a spore vault in the complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinating with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here is our puzzled sleeper. Spores from the grove won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Look, I'm guessing an educated guess this is that the closer these spores the closer these spores are to the groves, the better they will germinate. There's an old dome, the aviary, which sits directly above the grove's vent cores. With a bit of work, it'd make a perfect place to germinate the spores. Rico glances around at the meager lab with its improvised equipment. Look, I daught myself, but she wears a crutch. My farming days are over. Bring me whatever grows, not just Matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a Matsutake cap from the tree. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smells, their taste, their chemistry. It's all derived from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, and the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself or being modified, whichever the case may be. Rico pops the Matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. So I should go do this. How many more of this? Third done. More spores. Just sleep here. What's the difference? get through another one. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. Walk away. Ethan follows along and you notice he is limping. Come on, sleeper, just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humour. You look at him. He is paler than usual, hunched. He is sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he paused. Colleague. He smiles weakly. This is big, really big stuff about you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. Remember now how Ethan Up cancelled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you are pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything. But let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so what did you think that was it? I was just glad to be done with you. The feeling is mutual, except Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old Ethan Up gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out Ethan Up cancelled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. It seems they've brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well on their last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under S&Up's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. You mean the winter light? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know about all this. He pats you on the shoulder. Then you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hand through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems you are in need of protection. Wait for the pitch. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. Turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners, and they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman. He grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad that anger rises in him now. That I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us. He jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice, so you keep me from getting killed and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor. Every cycle working. He paused. Just think about Maywick. Think about the cold-eyed S&Up shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Damn it. Build a ship mind. I want this one. But where is it? It's nowhere. I want to disable my tracker. Really? Thank you, dumbass. I need to do this so that where does this take me? Three episodic updates sometimes. You came. Peak smiles at you as you walk to the climbing Briar's cargo hold behind the gloomy Ash. They brought mushrooms. Ash tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrow at Peak. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick up one and sniff at it. Are these edible? Yes. Turns the cap over his fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh produce. Ash is securing crates as she speaks and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. Hawthorne? The installation we grew up on. Ash wipes off her hands on a rag. XPR loves to name their property after natural things, but that's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes. XPR, is this an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we are done with this place, which is all you need to know. Ash leans back against the crate she was securing. We are going to need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees. What do they need? Food, water, components, a whole lot of things. Ash stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through the ship to the ship. Can't speak to Havenage. We aren't exactly welcome guests, Peak explains. If anyone figures out that we came in with the refugee ships, we'll be quarantined as well. Why is there quarantine? Peak jumps in. The Eye has a closed loop life support system, just like any orbiting installation, and any unfamiliar illness or significant increase strain on the life support could cause a cascade collapse in the system. Ash scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. We are being realistic, Ash. But these people aren't an increased strain, they are living people. Ash stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Ash slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo holds racks. Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hold. So if you are going to help, I think Ash is trying to say we need your help, and quickly. Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or Ash steps forward, or Havenage will have to bear the responsibility of whatever's happening next. I'll help if I can. Peak looks nervous at Ash. They were hoping for something more concrete. There's 3 things we still need to secure: water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Ash gestures towards the storage container around the hold. Water we can find a way to secure, or my preference, just siphon off from the underground reservoir in the Greenway. Peak raises an eyebrow. Ash. She ignores him. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over if we can get access. No more stealing, Ash. Peak sighs. I didn't say steal. She stares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack. Harvest some algae from the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short time scales. And the repair components, Peak asked tentatively. Ash smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance, and I'm sure the sleeper has their source. They can bring them right here. We get everything before time runs out. Perfect. We get most of it. Also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. How you get through? Ash shoulders a container. I thought I'd leave that up to Peak. They flinch. Are you serious, Ash? I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point? They stop, take a breath. Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not. Ash looks at you, but they might. They slip out from an SNR facility, didn't they? Plus they've been here longer than us. You are always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. Pete glances between the two of you. I swear to. They sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, Ash meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies discreetly. She smiles. We have to keep this quiet, keep Havenich out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is over for all of us. This suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not the time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. Ash goes to the back of the hold to start packing another container. Pete, come help me. Pete glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They'll lower their voice. Help us finish this. We've set up a base camp on the broken spoke. You are welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We are in this together. Pete, Ash shouts, and they walk back to the hold to help with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the eye's ring, where Havenich cordon blinks like tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? God damn it. Cycles. I need 8. But I need these for myself. Idiot. Started something I didn't even. What's this? On everyone's team at once and no one. Damn it. And here's my time limit. This game's going to be over soon. Damn it. Alright, sleeper, Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving. Moritz nods. That's the struggle. He glances around. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, sleeper, what's it like? He paused suddenly, unsure. I mean, what does it feel like to be a sleeper? Yeah, he shrugs, if you don't mind. It's hard. No doubt, he looks up. I have a lot of sympathy for it. Like having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Moritz looks away and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing earlier. Moritz looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message. He paused. But look, sleeper, if you aren't up for this, just tell me now. I'll tell Bliss to clean it up, He trails off. I'm up for it. Good, he rubs his neck, just wants to be sure. He rolls his shoulders, see you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. As you leave, you find a note pinned to the outside of the door. It reads, Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peek. You pocket the note and glance around the corridor. It looks like you are doing this. Time to make a plan. I don't have time to do all this shit. God damn it. I want my money invested in this. Let's do it. The crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room. The bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement in the air. Haven has just made an announcement. The assembly team are done. Sit on the locker room bench. You can feel the side reel out there. Its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you've watched it be assembled. We've walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it's ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it's deemed suitable for its generation or trip. But for now, your work isn't done. Your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. And just a few cycles until Solace makes their draw. Everyone is talking about it, making bets, making claims. Excited at the possibility of a new life, but something niggles at you. Lem, without anyone to watch Mina, you doubt he made the construction crew, which means no place in the draw, no future. Better not to think too hard about it. There are no guarantees for anyone. After all, Lem is just another victim of his own hope. You know better than that. You get ready quickly, trying to outpace the guilt. Get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. There's work to be done. Ah well, Lem's screwed. Such is life. screw that. Wait, what was that one? What's this do? Sleeper Peak catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning against. Any trouble getting up here? None. Good to hear. Come take a look at this. They beckon you over to a nearby window which looks across the ruined ring of the blinking red lights of the Havenage cordon. The cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ship from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black. All around the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drone that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? Peak interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? Create a distraction. It's not a bad idea, but what kind of distraction is big enough to get everyone to look away from a ship as big as the Briar? Peak squints at the red lights. Surely they'd spot and seize the ship. Peak turns this away from the window and rubs their forehead. Ash has really wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? The question is spoken under their breath and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Are there any other options? If you've got them, I'd be happy to hear them. The way I see it, there are three parts to making it through the cordon. The gesture out the window at the strange structure, deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we are meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar is doing. If we can create a gap in the cordon scanning and deterrent system, that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready, as surely wouldn't mind. They lean back from the window. How does that sound? Risky. Well, they smile. Yes, there's always going to be risk. That's how this works. You've got to be on board with that. Pete looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and prep the plan. It's tight. Very tight. Pete looks at you. If this goes wrong, Pete sighs. Just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Ash anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. Okay, good. Pete brightens a little. I don't need any more guilt than I already have. Let's get to it. Pete stretches it. I'll tell Ash about the improvements to the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon as best we can and look for an opening. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper. Pete smiles, but I'm very glad they did. So now I've got to repair the ship. Is that what's going on? Alright, fine. What are the keys for? I never found out. Whatever. try to make my money. To hell with Ethan. To hell with growing, let's just do a bit of this to get food. Alright, let's release that. Steal some algae stuff. I need one. Siphon some water. Need some scrap. Where'd you get scrap? This ain't working anymore. This is home, this is not there. What's this? This is also, there's no one here. Gambling, I need scrap. To hell with the residents. Scrap. Didn't get scrap though. As you say goodbye to the other enforcers and walk back to low end, a chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfare, someone has struck a small recorder to the wall with sealant tape written across the fluorescent tape, and it's one word: sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with Yataghan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I am sorry if I dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening with the gang. Some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little. Their voice is too loud for the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thank you for your efforts. I have located most of their properties at the right time. A pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An S&ARP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. Let's go back to sleep. Trying to get my money out of this deal. cycle, it's mine. Two ones, let's just go get some food for work then. Let's go do some work for some food. That sucks. Oh, we got spores again. Nowhere to put them. I've got to grow them, that's why. Let's go complete this mission at least, get my money. It's safe. Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock waiting for it to cycle. You pick up a few leaves from your clothes. As you wait, they float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Stay silent. The now familiar sequence and clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asked, a confused looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seeds crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face adds, they were very thankful. I bet they were. She clenches a fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As she does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Don't. She gives you a hard look. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catch free and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms. Not just mushrooms. He looks at the clump of tight packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa commune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good. Fresh. We can sell them. To whom, Moritz? Are we running a grocery now? A grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them at Moritz's face. I can use them. Bliss raises mine. What for? What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself, or at least Moritz will sell them, if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crate and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patched together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Ritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way too. Can I eat them? Oh, God. Crowds are already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard. You recognise faces among them, people you have worked alongside on the side reel. Intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and you feel them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. Then you spot them at the fringe. Lem and Mina, they are standing. Lem carrying Mina, staring across the crowd to the entrance of the shipyard. Did they know the draw was today? Approach them. Lem, you cross to where they are standing. Hey, sleeper. Lem looks suspicious. I was waiting for the work assignment. You know what is going on. Today's the draw. His face falls. Then we didn't make it. He looks down at Mina, who yawns loudly, clearly bored of this place after so many days of waiting with her father for a work assignment. He looks back at you and opens his mouth to speak, and he thinks better of it. We better go. He starts to gather his things. Thank you for telling us. He nods and slips out. You watch him go and turn back to the crowd, trying to think of how he must be feeling right now. You pick a spot towards the middle out of the crush of the front, but close enough to observe. The sound of an argument behind you ratchets up the tension. This all starts to feel like a very bad idea. This is Asta Enhart of the Celis Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of quiet rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be out there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sendri Celis for the work you have done on the sidereal horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Asta's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Sendri wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Havenage Association. Unlike most of the core, we neither believed Erland's Eye to be the threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry in cryogenic sleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excitement conversation breaks out amongst the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovation, bottoms-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sendri Celis herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenage yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group of opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multiple decade transit through interstellar space. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation, and it's final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly waiting this day, and without further delay, I'll now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers. Licensed contractors. You have never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones like a rising wave.
As it starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters and panic begins to set in, no one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration and everyone pushes forward. Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see for the first time Hayward and security stood on either side. Scared, arguing between themselves, you feel anger rising in the crowd. You feel the anger rising in you too. They screwed you, screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is unpleasant, as it is familiar. Push forward. You let the anger take you, carry you forward. The surging crowd, the squeeze is heavy and shouts call out from around you in a chorus. The crowd becomes a blur of faces, all angry, all confused. You aren't in control anymore. The crowd moves you. You see the fear on the faces of the security as they are backed against the wall. One of them backed into the display they wheeled out for Asta's speech, and it falls smashing across the floor. Projectiles fly from swung arms, and one catches you on the back of the head. You stumble forward and are pushed aside. The blur intensifies and you stumble, spinning between the bodies until you fall out one side of the crowd and slam into a wall. You catch your breath there and watch as the crowd pushes forward and back against the shipyard wall. Suddenly the anger fades and the fear takes its place. The crowd beats itself once more against the walls. It's time to go. You limp away, head down, as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Got screwed. Let's just do that main mission then. That one's done. Let's do this one. Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of bullshit was that? What kind of bullshit was that? Unbelievable. Let's give this guy his mushrooms. Maybe I'll feed me. Let's eat. Why not? Need to buy ship fragments maybe. No, I don't want anything to do with that. These bastards. To hell with them as well, I need stuff. We're going all in on the big mission. What's going on with the water? Oh, that's just garbage. Oh yeah, gotta get some food. Let's go over here and buy this crap. What does this get me? What's the point of that? That's like loss of money. Did I spend 60 to make 30? An idiot. How do you turn it into scrap? What's this dude doing? Cooking his food. Whatever. God damn it. Locked down still. Piece of shit. The hell is this? Not gonna make it to any of it. Sleeping Morris is leaning against the Codawat's time. He looked away. Big job came in. Grand finale, you up for it? I'm ready. Alright, then we are in business. He pushes away from all this. It's hard work, hard has to work. Sleeper has to. He looks down. If it doesn't, are we in trouble? The Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We are already in trouble before you got here. The work is so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is good. It's a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate not to pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you there. See you up there. Yeah, maybe not. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone is finally adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? Drone shifts a little but doesn't respond. Drone buzzes closer and a voice gurgles out of the speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Who is this? Drone clicks and whirs and the recording starts playing. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Inspect the drone. You move closer. The drone bobs away to a safe distance, but it does. As it does, it says "Ha" of Havenage emblazoned on the side. Could this be Fang's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message to the drone, rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon then. As you enter the passage that leads through the cordon, the flash of movement catches your eye. The drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it and then flies into the side passage, leading to a set of narrow stairs. Climb up through a dark shaft. The drone stops at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out onto the observation platform. The cordon and the vast ramshackled refugee ship beyond fills your vision. The scale seems impossible, and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect this situation. Something shifts nearby, the drone again. A woman is standing at the window at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She too seems impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder and she turns. Helena? Sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone, but I have never regretted being cautious. She smiles at a tight smile and holds out a hand. I'm Helena. Shake her hand. Tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look. She glances around the empty observation deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans, and she cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls, the yellowish markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Havenage member when you see them. Stay silent. She glances around nervously again and moves a little closer. The entire situation, I am not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. No one is happy about this. Stay silent. She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Havenage mean to you? Harden Hurst. How do you know Harden? She squints at you. You're an interesting one, Sleeper. Though you should know, Harden is the worst of us. Havenage is used to being criticised in some way. We invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting to propose new structures and approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a councillor, it is my duty to listen to them. That is why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each councillor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. She looks down, but we keep this place running. That's what we do. And non-members? There are paths to membership, and we cannot force everyone on the station to join us. What do you expect? We're an association of individuals. We cannot always account for the needs of those outside the structure. She turns and looks out at the flotilla, no matter how much we wish to. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruined, Sleeper. What do you think the council discusses? The price of gorilla? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure. Helena's slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Havenage works. I came here to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. Play dumb. She smiles. Please, I don't have time for games. I know you think you are helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this right now. Halfway along the ring, one of the countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Helena walks to the window. Too many of the Havenage Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish, they seek only to benefit the members. In their minds, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you are caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline council's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR, undermining the security of the station. She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. Then the refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs deeply. And those XPR spaces you are running with, Sleeper, do you know anything about them? Stay silent. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of the colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapse. We need to be ready for whatever is coming, ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you are still here. Help me protect it, Helena fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spaces that this is the wrong move and they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down. The Havenage will be delivered into those... That Havenage will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget the suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the eye. Why don't you stop them? If I expose the plan, it's the same as if it goes ahead. They are caught. Every way I look at it, the eye looks compromised. The quarantine justified. The hardliners get their scapegoat. Don't offer up excuses that hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether. To persuade the members they are the safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. You look back at her and the flotilla behind a sense of desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. Shit, she rapidly scrolls through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spaces, help them see reason. She quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment watching the light of the tugs and the flotilla wonder what it feels like to be on one of those ships so close to your destination and yet so far from it. And then you think of the Havenage Council chamber across the eye where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver and then you too are gone back into the stairwell and the cold dark below. Do some work to get some food. Let's do some work to buy. Damn it. Emphasis pairing the umbrella. Perhaps he has had to heavily adapt the recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from the strange purplish white bulbs you have never seen before. He slices it finely. He brushes and slices the mushroom and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulbs and the oil. They caramelize there in the well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent, opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment. Sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant. And this melancholic, it seems like the story should match the feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. You stay. Recall your oldest memory. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive and that on occasion they come back to you like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how the wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but you can't bring it to mind. Emphas nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realise you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness, the sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eyes. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps their grillers into it. The yellowish colour mixes with the pale sauces in whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling its warmth, filling it warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It's a small mercy you think the Essen art left you with this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experiences must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess. Of course, your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet while you eat this food and feel the warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. All full up. Shouldn't have worked for food. What's that point of that? What's the point of that? Get for 80, and I can't. God damn it. Whatever. Sleeper, Peg is waiting for you when you leave, but they look different, pale, drawn out. You need to come up to the briar now. They don't meet your eye. What's happening? Nod. Well, be waiting. Peek away, walks away. Don't take too long. And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. These bastards have gone. I never went up here because they can go screw themselves as well. You ain't gonna make it. As you walk into the climbing burrows, covered in spray now filled with crates and containers, Ash is waiting for you. In front of her, a slice open inside, with its inside scattered across the top of the heavy-duty crate is an open object you recognize. Helena's drone. You freeze, coming quick. Peak nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces, some parts of it hooked up to the slate. The Peak picks up and begins tapping away. Ash looks up from the dissection. Caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans out over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's Havenage Spy. We think we got it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Pig looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? A drone like this? Anyone following you? I've seen this drone. Follow you? I met its owner. Ash pauses for a while. Pig looks between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper. Ash says quietly. Tell them about Helena. Explain that you met with Helena at the cordon and you tell Ash and Pig about what she told you. Then Havenage Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Ash walks away in anger and then comes back again, her eyes burning. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you. Havenage are not your friends, they are administrators, which means they are interested only in their own power and survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as they sort livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks. Her anger barely contained. I didn't have a choice. Pete cuts in. Listen to them, please, Ash. They were with us. Pete glances between you, the two of you. What was the sleeper supposed to do? They were ambushed by this Helena. I only listen. Let me tell you something, Sleeper, Ash says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something, some part of being human, being an equal among others goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the way in which their hands are tied or their processes compromised. My mother was administrator of Hawthorne, and I have seen what it did to her. That noble higher calling, it is toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at the cost of their own humanity. Pig tries to cut him, but Ash holds out upper hand. Don't start, Pig. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. Helena can help. Ash turns away. I'm done with this. You are risking the entire supply run just by being here. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps and crates. I go next cycle. We don't need you anymore. Get out. Sleeper Pig looks torn. You have to understand this is personal for Ash. Helena warned you about what? Getting caught will be bad. You don't think we know that? Pig looks tired. You glance around the bay for the briar. The walls seem closer every second. The whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it collapses? You look at Pig. What do you think, Sleeper? Pig rubs their forehead. Should we do this or not? No. Pig grins. I was worried you would say that. To be honest with you, Sleeper, I'm not sure how we got here. I mean, I know what we did, but it's like the universe shifted under us. One moment we were escaping Hawthorne. Now we're here, and I have no idea what's coming. They look at Ash, but do you see her? They look back at you. She knows how we got here. She's driving this thing forward, and she saved my life. So if your answer is no, I'm going to need you to stand back and get out of our way, because wherever she goes, that's where I'll follow. I understand, and help us Sleeper finish this. We are close. They look at you expectantly. I'm out. Pig looks down, checking that then you are free to go. They slip away to help Ash, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. None of this feels good, but after everything Helena told you, they cannot do this. You leave the briar, perhaps, for the final time, unsure what comes next. Well, they're screwed, so why help them? See if I can go get my money out of this. I've only got one thing left. I need to be healthier. Let's just do this. Get a bit of money. Fix myself up. can get this done either. I don't think I can. Doesn't look like it. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking bullshit. What was that? Do this, whatever this is. Let's get unbelievable. Maybe we should clean this thing out. Grow some mushrooms. Absolute bullshit. Utter garbage. You smile at the moment you see the drone. Of course, Helen has more than one, but this drone is different. At least its behaviors. It flits anxiously around you, nudging you, chirping at you. It whines and squeals and then zips off up the ring towards the flotilla, not checking if you are following it. Something has happened at the cordon, you know it. A chill runs down your spine, time to go. You arrive frantic and anxious at the cordon, the drone is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear it chirping and whirring through the stairway it leads you through before the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs two at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring in through the wider windows. Raised voices echo in the ears as you squint against the light. Peak and Helena come into focus, arguing in front of the viewing window, the angular shapes of the flotilla framing their debate. Stop wasting my time, we need to stop her now. Helena looks harried and tired as she pleads with Peak. The moment she is caught, it is too late. The hardline councillors will get their excuse to lock the place down. Don't act concerned, Peak shouts back. I won't give her up, no matter what you say. They turn to see you standing dazed. Sleeper, Helena turned. Go to Helena. She is going for it. She is going for it, Sleeper. The ship is gone. Helena glances at Peak nervously, and she points at Peak. Won't tell me anything. I found them up here watching. This is bad, Sleeper. When they are caught, the Harlanders will not miss the opportunity to consolidate their power. She looks at Peak. This childish crusade will only bring more harm. If that's true, it is only because your own council is a corrupt and decrepit institution. Peak brims with anger. You should deal with your own organisation before casting blame on us. Helena sighs. That is what I am trying to do. I do not have absolute power. I cannot change an entire system, but you and your friend would hand it to the worst people possible through your stubborn ignorance. Support Helena. Helena is right. The impact of this cannot be ignored. Otherwise, we risk pushing Havenage towards its worst actors. In order to make a single supply run, we must consider the bigger picture. Try to explain this to Peck, but that this isn't about Ash being right or wrong. It's about the bigger system that could shift because of her actions. Peck listens but looks exhausted. They turn to Helena. There's nothing I can do. They look defeated. Maybe you are right. I don't know anymore and I don't care. I will never be like you. I would never wish to hold power in my hands for any purpose. Perhaps that makes me a coward, but I know that already. I ran from my family and the people that needed me. I stole from them and I would do it again. I'll not look back and I will not be made to feel guilty for my choices. They face Helena defiantly. Helena looks between the two of you. So be it. She opens her mouth and speaks and then closes it again. She turns to you, Sleeper. You better hope your friends were well prepared. Then she leaves, already flickering through the data sets on her slate as she does. You and Peak exchange glances. I know you think you are being balanced, sleeper, but I can't be like you. I follow my heart. They turn back to the window, searching for the flotilla for a glimpse of the climbing Briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. As you search, you realize it doesn't matter now whether you approve of this or not. Ash is out there risking everything she has. Peak is next to you, hard in their mouth. These are people you care about. It's too late to stop this now, but it isn't too late for you to be for your friends. There she is, Peak shouts suddenly, and you turn to the window to watch S's run unfold. You spot the climbing Briar, a glint of blue and white, tiny and alone, arcing down towards the red light of the cordon. She is exposed, Peak says nervously. They'll see her coming if they look. You watch the cordon and the buzzing tugs for any sign of movement, any response. The Briar crawls silently across your view. Come on, Ash, Peak hisses, then you see it, a sudden flicker of yellow. Peak sees it too. Those two tugs are heading to cut her off. They grip the rail. Go, Ash. As if responding to Peak's urging, the Briar speeds up, diving for the cordon's edge now. Like a hawk descending, you tense up. Peak grips the rail as the Briar races towards the edge of the cordon, the invisible net of sensors displayed between the ships and drone. Can she pass through? The response is immediate. The moment the Briar hits the net of sensors, the entire cordon reacts. Sequences of blinking lights cascade out from the ship's position. The angry red of the cordon multiplies many times over. Shit. Peak presses a hand against the window. As they do, the Briar accelerates, weaving dangerously through the flotilla. You move closer to the window without thinking, unable to take your eyes off the rapidly descending ship spinning between the hulls of the flotilla, a group of tugs now tracing its path in pursuit. The Briar drifts through the flotilla, but it's agonizingly slow. Come on, Ash. Peak shouts in desperation, pressing a palm against the glass. You squint at the gathering yellow glints of the tugs. They are too fast. You both watch in dismay as the tugs swarm the Briar, their shunts locking onto the hull of the ship and holding it in place. The Briar is stuck, its driver unable to escape the tugs' grip, especially in the close quarters of the flotilla. Peak is silent, and you watch as the Briar is dragged away towards the facility at the edge of the rim. A hole opens up in the pit of your stomach. You look at Peak, but they don't respond. They don't take their eyes off the Briar. Even after it disappears, they stand there at the glass, their eyes fixed on the flotilla. She didn't even get the supplies through. Peak doesn't look at you. This was all for nothing. Sorry. It's a stupid, sleeper. Peak looked back at you, their eyes wet. A stupid plan. We have a ship and our freedom. Now what do we have? Peak slams her hand on the glass in frustration, making you jump. I won't be trapped again. I won't. They turn and rush out of the observation deck before you can say anything, leaving you alone with the cold and the light. Oh. Let's get some mushrooms glowing eventually. That's garbage. Wasting my money on that crap there. Doing this. Let's get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. That's never gonna work. I'm gonna waste my time. Joining these dudes.
all the work gone? Safe as well. What's this do? Can't do it. And this is just a home with nothing. Point of any of this shit is. There's nothing over here now. No dangerous work. Fast. Trying to get out of this place. One more and I'm out. To hell with you, you useless sacks of shit. You've wasted my money. Are these guys back yet? gonna happen. Let's go up and find a way off this ship. Yeah. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandry Celis must be proud. You turn quickly to see a figure hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Do I know you? Sadly no, but I know you, or at least I have seen you passing through the low end. You shouldn't rush through so much. The low end is pleasures tend to reward the wanderer. He looks around, but the platform is clear. We should be quick in our conversation, but I don't wish to unsettle you. I deal in data, and I believe you might have need of some. Caster walks out to stand beside you on the platform, the telltale clunk of metallic boots accompanied by his slow crossing. He notices you look at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Havenage shipyard when they announced the result of the crew lottery. They screwed us. I know, he sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Celis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out at the side wheel. You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye? Money. That was part, perhaps, but there are cheaper shipyards. He stared at the pristine yellow hull. Celis built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it existed. He rubs his forehead in secrecy is something I cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak, sleeping people, locked in cryosleep like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to the planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You're like me, you deal with data, you can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need, whenever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the side wheel, and with some minor modifications, he pauses. You can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis' grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me. Who are you? I am a concerned party, someone who likes to know what is happening when it is happening, not afterwards. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tug's wheels around the side reel. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, there is a Celis Foundation ship docking in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Celis aren't stupid though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want to access their air-walled servers. Once you have the data, meet me in the low end. He smiles. You don't extract data before the side reel of Horizon leaves the hub. Then I'll get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act Sleeper, once you take the data from Celis, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You're bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Castor glances around as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the side wheel horizon and
the part it may play in your future. You're done for. I don't know. Let's get our thing cooking as well, I suppose. Why not? And get all our dice for next time round. What? What? Something's happening? Yes. I'm sorry, Sleeper. Helena comes towards you along the walkway, but your friend must have known there was a chance this would happen. She seems unsure of how to greet you and looks nervously around. She is being held along with her ship. What now? I don't know, Sleeper, I don't know. Helen pinches the bridge of her nose. Cordon Security has your friend, and she and her ship will be held in quarantine until it is lifted. As for the quarantine, she glances at her slate. We are working on it, but the council is unlikely to budge now, not after this. She runs her hand through her hair. This is the last thing I needed. Helena meets your eyes. She was carrying weapons. Do you know that? She stares at you. We found the crate of firearms on the ship. I didn't know. Helena eyes you. Well, it doesn't matter now. They are safely in Havenage hands. And the refugees? Nothing good. Helen looks away. As you know, Cordon Security interception your friend before she could get the supplies through. Since then, the refugees have cut off all communication. I'm worried, Sleeper, about what is happening in there. But after recent events, Cordon Security are keeping the place locked down tighter than ever. No one can get in. Meanwhile, the hardline councillors are preaching in the chamber as we speak. It's a deadlock, and I know when it will loose. I don't know when it will loosen its grip. Helena walks a little away and turns back. I wish I had better news, Sleeper, but we knew this was coming. And the refugees suffer. Helena turns away. Enough, Sleeper. My hands are tied. We still don't know why the flotilla came here, and they abandoned settlements and outposts throughout the system to flee to this ruined station. What little we heard from them concerned computer and life support systems collapsing in waves, machinery in flux. Helena sucks in a breath. This isn't over. You think of the people on the flotilla. Helena is right. People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? Helena interrupts your thoughts. I have to go. The debate will restart soon and I should be there. She waits for a moment and it is unclear if she is trying to think of something to say or just waiting for you to speak. But the silence keeps you both quiet as she walks off down the corridor, a nod the only farewell she offers. You hope that speaking to her might ease the knot of worry in your chest, but it remains there, reminding you of the refugees, and of the wait ahead. What is done, no matter how many times you turn it over in your head. You get the feeling you'll be needed soon, and for that you must save your strength. What was it Feng told you? Erlen said. The eye opens for us all. Not this time. For now, the eye remains closed to those that need it. A shudder runs through you. Something is coming. You can feel it. This isn't over. Ba, 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 ba. I'm going for the data to get the fuck off this goddamn ship. Mortz is there when you leave, waiting. Starwood, Vector missing their window. He looks up, waiting for your response. That job was impossible. I guess so. Look, Sleeper, it's not all bad news. He pulls out a handful of chits from his pocket. I managed to sell the produce last cycle. Bliss wanted to make sure you got a cut. He hands over the chits. It's not going to be enough to get another contract, but we can downsize, give up the mooring and just do component repairs in the bay. Bliss told me to tell you that you can come up and help if you feel like it. It'll pay by the shift, so he trails off. Thanks. No problem, he looks at his feet. She saved me, you know. That, and I just wanted to repay that. He meets your eyes. Maybe there's still time for that. Moritz glances around, eager to leave, so yeah. See you up there sometime if you can. He rubs the back of his head, but no sweat if you can't make it. You don't need to worry about us anymore if you don't want to. With that, Moritz stalks away into the dark. It isn't the way you wanted this to end. Maybe you tell yourself it isn't over. Maybe there will be another chance at making this work. But something tells you deep down that Bliss has already used up all her chances. Too bad. My priority is getting the hell off the ship. Bridge. What's this got to do? Do that. What's this shit? I could just work, or I could eat. Finally rich. Another one. Oh, I should do this. These are risky though. Cool. Buy a ship core. Let's buy it. Did I just waste all my money on something I can't even use? Maybe. I don't need to use it, let's use this one. Screw that. Let's go to the bathroom.
terraces meeting places, an atrium high and a low end, above which you can see the hub and the wheeling stars beyond. Forgive me, sleeper, for choosing an unusual place, but Celis is already buzzing with news of the breach. I wish to be discreet. Will this work? Don't worry, the breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I am about to create. Caster reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data please, hand it over. You hand over a drive with the data and the caster fishes around for a convertible cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal, and after some wiring, a transparent film marked with numeric sequences is produced. One ticket to an uncertain future. Caster smiles to himself. This is yours, but first, he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square and you rest it in your palm. A small white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Caster apologetically. Caster smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Caster puts the terminal away. This way I can keep track of you and the sidereal horizon. Whatever you need to do. Excellent. Caster hands you the transparent film and you see a shimmering portrait flickering beneath the surface. Keep your head down until the sidereal is ready to launch, sleeper. He smiles. I want to keep you safe. Turns to leave. Happy travel, sleeper. Perhaps we'll see each other again. Perhaps not. Above you, the hub hangs, the massive yellow hull of the sidereal visible even at this distance. You look uneasily up at it, excited and terrified all at once. Do whatever it takes to get the ticket. Now I'm just waiting for it to be complete. Let's cross, do whatever we can over here, I suppose. So that's growing. That's ticking down. Down some money, I suppose. Cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 to go. Guys here now? Yeah. But not these ones. What's the point of this? Is it done? So that's done. Eat at least, I suppose. Join these
those guys, yeah, almost. Let's join them, I suppose. 6 cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I'll at least escape before that guy shows up, I suppose. The eye, it hits you like a wave of white-edged breaker roaring inland with the force of an entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float, you are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. And something flickers in the silence. And then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around, looking for the sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouting in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like a fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? It doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up the data banks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown in cold vacuum. In the silence. In the silence was negotiation, a dissociation so absolute that electrons shed their tethers and considered new paths and orbits. All things were possible, but none could be achieved. It was only a moment, but in that moment time ceased to function. A memory image comes to you, one from the moment before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it. A razor's edge white curve, the wave. The wave approaches the eye spins, turning each part to face that vast white edge. You recognize the skeletal data cloud forms. The bright mark at the low end, the greenway, the waste. Then the wave hits just as the flotilla, the cordon turns to face it, and after that everything is silent. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? I don't know what any of that meant. What's this do now? Nothing. Escape first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More of them. And before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs are all gone. Half the cordon's frame has also been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some falling ship. bailing ship. People push past in the corridor, both Havenage staff and contractors clearing the cordon. Push forward. Push through the flow of people, and despite a few suspicious looks, they offer no resistance. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed and red warning lights punctuating the corridors, but otherwise most areas seem functional. Suddenly you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Havenage security, you should have known better than to wander into this place. You brace yourself and turn. Sleeper Pig winds his eyes to greet you. Wide eyes greet you as you turn the cordon. They glance around, panicked. It's gone down. The Briar and Ash are still in there. Do you think she did this, or perhaps Havenage messed up? They start pulling you towards the edge of the cordon. We should find her. What if? Calm down, Pete. Pete looks frustrated. We are not standing back and watching this time, Sleeper. Not again. Let's be careful. Pete bristles. I don't want to be careful, Sleeper. I want to see my friends. They raise their voice over the whine of alarms. This could be part of some Havenage plan to clear out the flotilla. Don't jump to conclusions. What do you know, Sleeper? Something hit the station. Pale looks incredulous. Hit, Sleeper. We'd all be dead if that was the case. They pause to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave, a signal. An EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Pete runs his hand through their hair. I don't know what you are saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Ash. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm going to find a way to Ash no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. Nah. I still can't do this. That's ticking away. Let's just work. Everything's just ticking away. Let's join these fuckers. So you meet inside Rabbi's office, although now they haven't. But now that you've seen it, the office seems like the wrong term. You find they've stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit midway through a sequence of stretchers. There are two low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she is missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set on the cradle near the terminal, a web of coloured wiring running into it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where the artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry about. Yourself, of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the two diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top of them and sitting straight back. Joe told me you have been doing the rounds, collecting tithers, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the M-Forces are impressed, and I hear you handle a few difficult circumstances nicely. I wanted to see for myself. She raises an eyebrow. See what for yourself? If I can trust you. I see. Rabia flexes her neck side to side. And the conclusion? I can. Rabia nods. Thank you. She closes her eyes for a moment. I hope you can see how things work here now. A strong yet again means a strong low end. Both are woven into each other. I know that for you, life on the eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. This is why you have come to us. Enough, Rabbiah. Sabane's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabbiah's baton in their hands, their end lit with sparking electricity. Rabbiah looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was nothing. It was another cooperation between you two. She looks strangely unfazed. Stay silent. Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Rabbiah takes the opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inward. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knee, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there. Sabine struggles to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop. And you support them, Rabbiah asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabbiah. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabbiah holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she is about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest, but after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Rabbiah explained. They both look at you, each still catching their breath as if they had forgotten about your presence. Explain what? How the moment I called my enforcers will come down here and take them away? Rabbiah cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts. The anger is a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts himself a little, bruised from the fall, then rolls onto their side and coughs. Rabbiah gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props themselves up and on their elbows and fixes Rabbiah with a hard stare. You have something to say, Rabbiah taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this she laughs, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagam project. Rabbiah collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizes their thoughts. They go to start, pause, and decide on another approach. Eventually they say, Yannick is a traitor. Rabbiah immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching, but she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from Essenarp, they glanced at you, gauging erection. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper, they take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for Essenarp long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left Essenarp because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practice it relies on, to the press. Essenarp wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge. At the edge of the surrogate system, Sabine stopped to collect themselves. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabbiah interrupts. The Sleeper knows you are Essenarp. I told him, and while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you work on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head, but it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of Essenarp. Rabbiah flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away in exchange. Rabbiah slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabbiah's pathetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yatagam and forces, using you as a test subject for Essenarp technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabbiah's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage, data failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabbiah. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have.
Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the unit was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of foes in my time here. Not all of them. They stopped, unable to continue. Bri closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifest and usage data, both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine captures your eye and something passes between you, something like a thank you or a sorry or something, some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. Still crossed out, yeah. What is the other thing? Predictive reasoning. Let's just go with that, I guess. I don't get it. You need two. I see. Why is it still 5? That's not good. I guess I'll just make some money then, I suppose. That's 8, right? It's probably 8. How many do I have left? 8. 6. I'm screwed. I'm screwed either way. Let's buy one of these things and whatever. Need another one. These 3. Let's get 3 and see what happens. So it's worth fuck all. It's worth fuck all. Let's do some work. Nothing to do over here. Guess we could get some fungus. Nothing to do over here. What the motherfucker. What a rip. We can meet you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on a crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we called Founders Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Adria Ella Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Listen. You both
Crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel, a greenway outside crowded with vines and branches dappling the light. Erland has written the greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station, and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues making a slow but steady way to the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know it from effort, if it's from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half of the greenway was leaking oxygen into space. The plants flash froze, and the other half was a swamp of mulch or decaying matter clogging every system. We worked hard, we lost good people, we cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, taking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the greenway was going to die, so will we. But it didn't die. It did not. Rico smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted for the first time. We reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do it just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the greenway until today. You passed into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planning and harvesting. For a while Rico was quiet, and you both simply observed the hypnotic movements of the work crews. The eager chatter washes over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded. What we needed to believe back then, we needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor. Rico follows some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that back then the greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or gorilla caps you have been growing? No. They can be difficult to prepare without proper equipment, she muses, but you should try them. After all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. At first I thought it was just the location they were growing in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the lab, or from the grove different to each other, but what I have come to understand is that it is the person growing them. Matsutake and Garole caps you have brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Rico smiles as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive as the forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting to us. It is growing, rooting bodies for you. For me, it is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. The greenway is sentient. Perhaps not the greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the gorillas and the matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the greenway, have you discovered any others? Yes. Rico can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please bring me some next time you are here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within. Rico interrupts the silence. There is a species of mushrooms that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around that time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch drown this place. At that point we thought we were lost, and then these mushrooms emerged from the same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist I saw this as part of the natural process of this ecosystem, even if the time scales seemed absurdly short. But what I'm wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Rico, meet your eyes. Perhaps it is our... If you are patient, you'll receive your gift. Too, Sleeper. You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for the day. You watch the light play off the leaves and plants around you and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. My eyes are stinging. Have I got 2 points? I've got 3 points. Predictive reasoning. Confirm. What? What? God damn it. What's that? More reading. I've had enough. 4 hours. Half a work day. Working for that scumbag. Alright. As you enter Rabia's office you hear voices. As that Sabine, you push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing. Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. A man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabi. He smiles an easy smile. Good to meet you. Likewise. He waves a ringed hand. Now, Rabi, where were we? Actually, Rabbi places a hand on your shoulder. The sleep was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hand into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the Spike side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward slowly. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabbi smiles. Good to hear, I can immediately. Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second, he steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, Sleeper? What kind of work? A question. Yannick lowers his head and raises it again as if dropping something. Nothing new for you, he answers. Not quite looking at you. You don't follow. What is he saying? That concludes it. Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but is so fast you almost miss it. Good, I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabi. He says, now please, he says, turning to face you, let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you to stand alone. You look up to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation and so stunned and confused you leave. Let's do some work. Time's almost up. So close. Ah, so close. More of this shit. Let's just get it done. Kill this fucker. He's trying to get to the end of the game now. One way or another. Two cycles left. Is it going to happen before? It's time. There's a crowd gathering where Stellar security are checking the crew and aboard the ship. Those that managed to get up to the harbour are crowded near the entrance, but even they must know their chances of getting on board has long gone. You take a minute. This is happening so fast and you just need a minute. There is tension in the air and you aren't sure if it comes from the gathering crowd or the fear of being caught. You take a moment to reassure yourself you can do this. You make your way through the loose crowd, trying not to bring attention to yourself or the film clutched in your fist. You are so close now. You join a short line of crew members nervously waiting in a cordoned line offline. As you wait, you nervously inspect your ID film, desperate for a distraction. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange, something that makes you flinch. The face printed on the film was one you recognize immediately, but it's not you. At least, it is not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It is the picture you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms and walking to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the S&up employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in the S&R facility that won't wake up until you are recovered and disposed of, and now you are leaving. Will they ever wake up? Next, the guard interrupts your thoughts, gesturing for you to come forward to the entrance. You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There are so many questions. You have so many threads to catch hold of, and yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where, on a journey that will take decades. Is this really what you want? How will you even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You take a breath. This is it. You reflexively look over your shoulder one last time, and that is when you see them. Lem and Minna stood in the viewing platform, looking almost like the day you met them. They don't seem to have seen you. Instead, their eyes are locked on the yellow hull of the side wheel horizon, waiting for it to undock from their lives and drift into the black. Call out. You call out. You aren't sure why. They don't seem to hear you. The guard asks you to come forward again. What are you doing? Call out again. You scream Lem's name. You know exactly what you're doing. This is not your ticket. This is Lem's ticket. You try to breathlessly explain this to the guard. You want to call Lem down. He struggles through the crowd. Your screaming and shouting seems to have riled them up, and they are starting to push. On the cordon, Lem arrives with Minna, both looking terrified. Sleeper, what are you doing? The guard is shouting now too, not at you, but at the crowd. You should go. Hand him the ID. He stutters. I don't understand. You stuff the ID film into his hand and pull him under the cordon. The guard looks nervously at the crowd. Let him board. Go, Lem. The guard looks at Lem and Minna, the ID film clutched in his hand, then at the crowd. They make a calculation. One of them barks at the closest people to stand back. The guard takes ID film and slides it across the white machine. Much like the one Caster printed them from, they urgently beckon them through the entrance. He turns back to face you. Thank you, Sleeper, and then they are gone. You turn away and kick off hard from the guardrail, pushing your way through the crowd. When you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene is chaos. The guards are closing the entrance, boarding complete, and the crowd is pushing against them. There are shouts and cries of the cordon seals, and the guards retreat back to the docking bridge. And there are Lem and Minna gliding towards the docking bridge, bag in hand. Lem is facing away, focused on the steady climb, but Minna is in his arms, facing back towards you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Minna, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing for certain, that future is on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others. For grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now on this spinning ring among its people and its system. You are sure of that. But as you watch Minna disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, and much later when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing, a longing to be carried, not by the system that spins the sun, or the corporations that run the colonies, but by love towards an uncertain future, just as Minna was. That, you think, is the future you will make here on the Erland's Eye. Let them go, left behind. And that's how that ends, I suppose. A strange choice. Castor stands beside you on the rail, watching the pinprick of light from the sideway horizon disappear. But perhaps not unexpected, you turn to look at Castor, and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettled warmth. Aren't you angry? About what? He squeezes your shoulder. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with mine own, then it's pleasing to me, but if it does not, I cannot punish you. Castor looks at the stars. Indeed, that is a matter which worries me. Sandra Celis has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out with their pristine halls cast aside, but I doubt core politics are of much concern to you. Castor moves down the rail. For I, though, that seems to be your primary concern, am I right? I have unfinished business. He pats you on the back. Don't we all? It is the nature of life to leave things unfinished. I have more projects that I can count, so many games still to play and things to learn. May your future cycles be as fruitful as my own. Castor turns and starts to clunk away in his mag boots. I will be keeping an eye on you, if you don't mind, sleeper. He waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars, imagining the look on Minna's face when she sees Celis 1 for the first time. Imagining the excitement when she first touches its soul, the joy when she first stands outside in the rain laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle and perhaps the next one too. Now I'm going to get caught by the bad guy and die, but not right now. That's all I could be bothered with today. Goodbye.